What's up, chat? Ah. My brain is kind of dead because last night I was like, I should go to sleep, but I haven't accomplished enough today. So I should stay awake for another hour and a half not doing anything because it will feel like I've wasted a day if I go to sleep right now. Does anyone have this feeling where it's like, if I go to sleep early to prepare for tomorrow, that in itself is kind of like I'm doing work, and also it feels like it's like, wait, I still have some juice left. I can still feel like I've accomplished something today, and then like you fuck the next day, and then like you're trapped in an endless cycle of being like, wait, I didn't do enough. I should just not go to sleep. And then the next day you're like, well, I didn't sleep well, so I won't be able to do anything today. I guess there's no point. I see this as I'm still doing like some amount of shit. I'm not at my true kind of like zero productivity mode, because when I go into true zero productivity, I'm like, I really don't do shit. Whenever I have a long day of work, I end up staying awake too long because I deserve to have fun in adulthood, god damn it. I know, right? I'm not like a 6-year-old anymore with like mommy telling me I have to go to bed and shit. As an adult, I should be allowed to browse random porn sites that I don't actually care about in the middle of the night. I watched Sky Captain 2004 and lamented how he left authentic blue screen flick behind for just making what we could easily shoot without VFX. I honestly think Sky Captain looked really bad even at the time, but I gave it credit for trying, is sort of how I looked at Sky Captain. A lot of people often list Jurassic Park as being like when movies look the absolute best because it was the combination of animatronics and then like some amount of computer graphics. I watched Jurassic Park again recently, and the computer graphics only scenes, you can really tell the computer graphics are there, but the ones in which like the up close shots of like the T-Rex and stuff where they're using the animatronics, those look better than just like CG only, definitely. Especially like the actor's reaction and shit, because there's like the actual head in front of them. Nope, most of my friends have trouble sleeping, so being able to sleep in less than 5 minutes is a victory, so never felt bad for sleeping. I mean, I've also been a pretty strong sleeper if I want to go to sleep. At even like weird times, I can always go to sleep in less than 5 minutes. I don't have any sleep issues, but I think that I've sort of let my ability to sleep, I've been using it as a crutch to not like truly optimize my sleep. And now that I don't like have any kind of real job, I think it's time for, like, I don't have any excuse for being unhealthy, you know? If I'm gonna be unhealthy, it's like 100% my fault. So I should at least try and like see if I can get to the point where I'm going to bed at 10 p.m. and waking up at like, 6 a.m. and getting like the solid 8 hours and do it for a while to see if it affects my health. I think The Great Mouse Detective and Iron Giant are symbols of hand-drawn movies that stand the test of time. Well, that's animation, like cartooning, so that's slightly different, right? A lot of people say that, like, that 90s to early 2000s Disney looks way better than, the CG-only Disney animation. Because, like, they were using CG for a bunch of stuff. Like, if you watch Aladdin right now, you can tell what areas that they were, like, animating on top of CG, Yeah, Iron Giant used performance capture, yeah. Celtics in 5 tonight? Maybe? I don't know. Honestly, I don't think it really matters whether they win in 5 or win in 6 or 7. Joel Embiid is washed. I think you're using the term washed incorrectly. People who are constantly getting horrible injuries is not really how we use the term washed. The dude has had like one debilitating injury from another, like ever since he entered the league. That's not really washed. We don't really use that term for injury, and also saying he's washed would also imply there was at some point in which like he was fully healthy and effective, when in fact we basically got like half a season of it. Dante has fallen, nothing matters. We're kind of living in the darkest timeline in which the Villanova Knicks get broken up so that they can have Karl Anthony Towns of all people. And then they still are just going to be like an Eastern Conference Finals team at best. Imagine how much more fun the Knicks were if it was just like the Villanova team forever. Not that I care. The Knicks will be cursed as long as they're owned by James Dolan. And by cursed, I mean mismanaged, because he's a fucking Nepo baby loser. No offense to Kat. Kat is one of those people who is like, everybody's like super out on him for like 90% of the time, and then he'll hit like a half-court 3 at like a crucial moment, and you're like, I take back everything I said. I was always supportive of you, Karl Anthony Towns. And then like on the next play, he'll like do an incredibly stupid fucking foul, and you're like, I take it back. You fucking suck. I hate you. Ree. Who's Cat? Stupid NBA player. Wait, you dislike Nepo babies? My man, Gotchi approve. Who does like Nepo babies? Reminder that James Dolan has his own jazz band in which he pays professional musicians to pretend like, they're members of his band, and he probably pays the audience to show up. And of course he's the singer, of course, which is always what you do if you are a talentless hack who wants to have a band because, like, you can't fucking play any instruments. You're like, I will be the singer, the main singer of my band. You can find video footage of him on YouTube. James Dolan Band. JD and the Straight Shot. What's with billionaires and starting blues ensembles? You'll see right now. There's a specific aspect of the blues that makes them want to do it. Holy shit. He has the fucking Redditor hat. If they're paid to play music, they're not pretending, they're just paid members, ain't it? They're paid, they're pretending to actually enjoy being around him. The guy right next to him is doing a better job pretending that they don't mind this loser than the people who stand behind him, of course. I already have chronic depression. He hasn't even started singing yet. So the reason why I said that there's a reason why it's jazz bands is that they can pretend to sing without really singing. He just does the without actually like raising and lowering his voice. I like how the moment that he turns away from her, you see that? See, she's watching him. He turns around, she's like, oh shit, I have to pretend like I'm not disgusted in myself for taking money from this guy. She makes the face for, and then as soon as he turns around, she looks back down and be like, God, I hate my life. It's so funny. You can tell how much she hates herself for exposing herself to this shit. She's like, I wanted to be a real musician, and instead I'm receiving paychecks from this Nepo baby billionaire who thinks he's like, he can actually sing. He even has a fucking music video. I wonder if comments are disabled. I assume that it would be full of comments that say sell the Knicks so you can focus on your extremely talented band. Who is this guy? He is the owner of the Knicks. Yep, comments are turned off, of course. I like how he's barely singing and then like the backup singer has to kind of like carry the song. Never mind Vegeta as Nepo. Vegeta is Nepo, but then we all get to have the Schadenfreude of watching him get blown out for the entire series. And crying bitch tears when he realizes that he's not good. And then the entire story ends with him being like, Goku, you are #1, Kakarot. And then his humiliation further continues during Dragon Ball Super when he has to fucking kneel. Imagine if we got to see like the Nepo babies who own NBA teams have to kneel in front of like the other owner who beat them every time their team lost in the playoffs. That would make sports so much enjoyable. Like if the Knicks lost in the playoffs to like the Sixers or something. I don't know who owns the Sixers. I assume it's just like some conglomerate of money holders instead of an individual person, which is usually the case nowadays. We would have to get like James Dolan would have to publicly go in front of the other owners and just like kneel and be like, I kneel, Sixers owner Sama. People who disabled comments are pussies. Every single comment would just be making fun of him. You don't become a billionaire. Actually, James Dolan is like the ultimate example of this, by the way. But you don't become a billionaire to let people on the internet criticize you. Did you know that James Dolan uses Madison Square Garden advanced surveillance technology to keep track of anybody who says mean things about him on the internet, so that when they show up at a Knicks game at any point, he can ban them and prevent them from entering. And then, like, he has security personnel follow people around outside of the arena and stuff so they can harass them. We're not at the point in American society yet where the aristocracy can claim to have, like, virgin night rights of, like, when a woman gets married and get to fuck them before her husband fucks them, but we're getting pretty close. Or just, like, straight up murder peasants. James Dolan wishes that he could do that legally, but unfortunately he can't. So he does everything that he can to get close to that situation, which involves like using the surveillance cameras and shit to keep data of people's facial. He truly is a spineless puss. Again, any studies that say that the richer you are, the happier you are, is bullshit, because we know of all these pathetic rich people who are clearly not happy and live in a constant state of lack of confidence. Vegeta got to become a stay-at-home hubby to the richest woman in the world who keeps herself youthful and tight through magic. Yes, but he didn't want to have sex with her. All he wanted was one thing, was to become the greatest Saiyan warrior and not get his ass blown out by Kakarot, which he has failed completely. Vegeta never wanted Bulma's tight pussy. It was forced onto him. He was cool being a lonely badass, but then Bulma took advantage of him in a moment of weakness. It was essentially rape. Vegeta has the mental capacity of like a 12-year-old, so it was basically Bulma taking advantage of a young child. But we don't call her out for it. The most successful billionaires are the ones who don't give a shit what the proletariat says. I mean, I think all of them kind of care. Like, they all want to think that they're, like, more than just, like, a normal human, and then they try very hard to isolate themselves from it. But not giving a shit about what other people say is a kind of a learned skill, and I don't think it's necessarily attached to money. Like, we want to think that it's attached to money, but, like, you can be, like, a fucking alcoholic drug addict and have zero money and truly not give a single fuck what other people say, because the only thing you truly care about is, you know, getting your next fix of meth. But a lot of these billionaires don't get there, despite their drug use. Jeff Bezos isn't as publicly, like, pathetically insecure as people like Elon Musk or James Dolan and stuff. So it's hard to tell. how he actually feels about this shit. But I don't know. Like, there was when he tried to have his wedding in Venice and stuff, and everybody in Venice basically told him to fuck off. I'm pretty sure that affected him. I mean, the fact that he had to have this huge wedding in which he basically paid for all these celebrities, you know, people who are cooler than him, like Hollywood stars, to show up. I think that says a lot about insecurity, because it's not like they're his friends, right? Anybody who has to basically buy the experience of people who don't have as much money as you, but in terms of like status are cooler than you, they probably have an insecurity problem. They're trying to surround themselves with, you know, more interesting people to make up for their lack of an interesting personality. They always care what people say. Most people always care what people say. Very few people can truly reach the, like, they truly don't give a fuck. And the people who truly don't give a fuck, they usually, you can like usually tell in their behavior. They buy movie extra NPCs. They're trying to be the main character, but they can't. There's a lot of things that money can't buy. A lot. In fact, a lot of the things that the extreme rich in America use money to buy are things that normal people get to have for free. Because a lot of the shit that rich people pay for is stuff like anonymity and privacy. But if you don't have a shit ton of money, you have that for free, you know? You don't need a secluded beach house if nobody knows who you are in the first place, and so on. I'm susceptible to shame. I mean, I feel like the billionaires are susceptible to shame as well, but they kind of hide it by having a ton of sycophants and using drugs and stuff like that. Someone picking up trash that's not their own is a green flag to me. See, this is why everyone wants to move to Japan. Because you have all these old people being like, what will we do on our day off? We're all gonna go pick up trash. Japan has like no public garbage baskets nowadays. I think they removed, especially in Tokyo as well. Tokyo, it's like the most extreme version, but in Kansai also I don't see many public garbage baskets. A few have returned, but there used to be public garbage baskets in like the 90s and stuff, and then they used the subway terrorist attacks as a reason to remove a lot of them, and then a lot of locations realized that they could save a lot of money by not having them, and then people would still be responsible enough and take their own trash home. Meanwhile, in America, even when you do have properly maintained public garbage baskets, like, people will still just, like, dump the trash on the side of the road just because. But in Japan, enough people are responsible enough that the local municipalities were like, hey, we can save money if we force people to take their trash home. This could have gone very poorly if people weren't as responsible as they are in Japan, but instead people just, like, take it home. It's very annoying, though. You have to have, like, a bag or something on you at all times so you don't litter. Because of a terrorist attack? Yeah, originally. And then they realized they could capitalize on it. It's super annoying if you buy, like, ice cream in a vending machine and shit. Because then, like, you have, like, this sticky fucking wrapper. You should never buy ice cream in a vending machine. It's super annoying. Unless you have, like, a helpful plastic bag inside your bag to put the sticky wrapper in. Or don't mind being a piece of shit and littering in the park. You need a woman who keeps a garbage bag in her purse? Yes. Which I'm sure most women do have. Did you see the McDonald's Pokemon scalpers throughout the food and kept the cards? Yes. A large percentage of those scalpers are not Japanese. And even if they are Japanese, scalpers are not human in the first place. Especially Pokemon-related scalpers. People who like Pokemon-related shit are subhuman in the first part, but those people don't even like Pokemon. They're just fucking scalpers. They just want to make a quick buck on the internet by trying to resell these stupid fucking cards. Everyone carries an extra bag. You kind of have to. My backpack is full of plastic bags, specifically because, like, you have to pay for your plastic bags at the grocery store now, so you have to have, like, a secondary, like, storage of bags inside your backpack. That's how I'm living my life in Japan. Scalpers aren't human at all. Scalpers are the parasites of society. If every scalper was eliminated off this planet, nobody would hurt. Everyone would be like, that's fine. It's a problem that can only be solved if the companies that run this shit take responsibility. And make it so that scalpers can't just buy this shit and make sure they have enough supply and stuff. Did the Nintendo Switch 2 method of... What did they do as anti-scalping? They tied it to your, like, Nintendo account, right? This was something I was saying that Sony should have tried to do for PS5 scalping. And they didn't do it because they're fucking incompetent as hell. So did it actually stop the Switch 2 scalping or not? I didn't actually follow that part. Corporations being ethical, get the fuck out. I'm not even talking about them being ethical, though. They should be making it so it's an exclusive club that only their most dedicated... Because especially for video games, because we know that for a fact that the way that these companies make money is by people paying for software. So if a scalper has, like, a huge stockpile of, like, 20 unused Switches... Like, they're not making any money for Nintendo. They have to go to people who are actually going to use the fucking console, you know? So it's not even, like, a ethical issue. It's entirely in their own self-interest to make sure that scalping doesn't happen. Didn't Nintendo Switch 2 sales plummet after the first week or so? I mean, that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with scalping. That has more to do with the fact that it had no games, right? There's really no need to have a Nintendo Switch when there's no games, so... PS requires login check-ins where your console is a brick. People need to complain about that more because we know for a fact that Sony is very easily susceptible to internet backlash. If this was Nintendo doing it, I don't think any amount of people complaining online would change their mind, but Sony is actually very afraid of bad publicity, so if enough people make a huge problem out of this, they might rescind their policy. I mean, even Microsoft walked back on their stupid anti-consumer shit back in the Xbox One area. Ultimately, at this point, it just doesn't bother me because I don't really... Gaming has moved on from me, or more like gaming is dead, so not being able to play my games doesn't really bother me that much. Also, like, it's the Diablo guy, in which, like, Blizzard was like, what, you don't have phones? It's like, what, you don't have internet? It's that thing. And some people actually legitimately don't have internet, and it's, like, super annoying that these fucking corporations think that they can be like, no, you can't use the thing you bought unless you check in with us like we're your fucking parole officer. But I have way more problems not having internet than not being able to use my fucking video game console, so it's definitely... Internet is definitely gonna come before, you know, I worry about my console getting turned offline. If I don't have any internet, I have way more problems than, you know, not being able to use my fucking PlayStation, so... I started playing Fear and Hunger, and honestly, it kind of reignited my joy. Death Striker. I have chronic depression. Death Striker also. I was playing Fear and Hunger, and it reignited my joy in gaming. Correlation? Who knows? I don't like games in which there's horrible body horror rape scenes, but they're not sexy. They're just in there for, you know, horror reasons. I want my body horror rape scenes to be sexy and gratuitous. Body horror, that's a his thing. Yeah, we shouldn't talk about multi-limb dismemberment because we'll summon her into chat. She'll be like, did someone talk about getting their arms ripped off? If you want something similar but more lighthearted, I suggest Look Outside. I like difficult games that involve horror and sexual violation, but only if they're DL site hentai games happening to big boob kunoichi and stuff. I don't want depression core European. I assume that Fear and Hunger was made by a European, probably a Scandinavian, right? Just based on its aesthetic. Fear and Hunger. It's a Finnish indie game. Wow, who could have predicted that one? Who could have predicted that a game that looks like that would be made by someone in Scandinavia? I could have never seen that one coming. And I would also draw the French protag, and it's like a 16-year-old girl. And you're like, why is a 16-year-old girl? Why is the French protag a 16-year-old girl? I don't know. But I don't feel like drawing that now. The 16-year-old girl isn't even the protag, LOL. Japan is like 16-year-old girl, but she's kawaii cute, and you're supposed to sexualize her. French protag is 16-year-old girl, but they're like, this is a very serious work of art. We're not sexualizing her at all, ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Yes, I am talking about Expedition 33 or whatever. Robert Pattinson looking guy as protag. No, they sexualize her? I mean, they sexualize her, but they're not being like, Ugu, kawaii, look at this cute dress I'm wearing. Cute. They gotta make Expedition 67 first. Congratulations, Constrictor, you've earned it. Usually when boomers talk about how, like, back in my day, memes were better, this was better, the Eagles were better, music was better, I'm like, alright, shut the fuck up, boomer. But when the boomers were like, the children saying 67 and laughing right now are being ridiculous, at least when I was young, when we had our silly stuff, there was some kind of reason and logic behind it. It wasn't just a number. I was like, yeah, the boomers have a point on this one. At least back in my day, when we were giggling about 69, we were giggling because it had some sort of sexual connotation to it, and we weren't supposed to say anything related to sex, so it was something forbidden. This generation of dumbass kids is just like, 6'7", 6'7", LMAO, ah ha ha ha. 6'7" has come full circle, now it's funny. No, it is not. I think the joke is how often it comes up and that it's nonsense. In a previous stream, someone asked me what my least favorite art movement was. It might have been Constrictor. Rest in peace, Constrictor. And I said Dadaism. Because Dadaism is like LMAO art, none of it makes sense. We're gonna have the anti-art movement. What if nothing we do has any kind of meaning? Dadaism. An early 20th century international anti-art movement founded in Zurich as a radical satirical reaction to the horrors of World War I. It rejected logic, reason, and traditional aesthetic values, embracing chaos, nonsense, and absurdity to protest bourgeois society and materialism. The bourgeoisie. And yet, it still makes slightly more sense than our current post-modern whatever shit. But once you start embracing being like, LMAO, I'm being absurd on purpose, nothing we do matters, haha, nothing makes sense, we're gonna reject all aesthetic values, we're just gonna say number and laugh, ha ha ha. It leads to a decline in society and everything gets worse. We should not allow that shit. It's basically just like one step away from nihilism. Gen Alpha brain rot humor, yeah. Is there any question about why Gen Alpha can't read any books and stuff? It's not a coincidence. Duchamp is so random. Duchamp be like, Spork Norwal Bacon, LMAO, LOLOL, I'm so random. I'm just a random girly girl artist, teehee. Sorry, Reddit. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna put this urinal in this museum. LMAO, I'm a little bit random. Teehee. Holds up urinal, calls it a fountain. Memphis art pisses me off the most. Safe and Hugbox art ever made. Guys, there's no difference between the races and we are all equal nonsense. Everybody is like painted orange. I don't know. Some of them have like vague racial... Like, some of them are kind of racial. Like, this is clearly racial right here, right? Look at this Asian man. We gave him slightly slanty-eyed faces. Look at this Indian woman. This is the ultimate version of corporate Memphis, though. Like, kind of coffee-colored skin. Or this one, actually. Like, everything is like this hue of pinkness, of nothingness. Yeah, you cannot tell the race of anybody like this. Most of the 20th century nonsense artists are all Nepo babies. Art went something that was about producing shit for rich clients to hang on their walls. And then it went for some... Instead, in the modern version of art, it became shit for rich people to have locked away in a vault and be able to use as tax evasion. That's the big difference. It used to be stuff for rich people for like their personal vanity, so it had to actually look good and had to be like a painting of something, like the rich person themselves. And then it just became like a tax evasion tool, and it didn't really matter what the art was. In the rich people, I also include the Catholic Church. Money art, modern art is a money laundering scheme, yup. It used to be like an actual object that the rich person was buying. So it had to please somebody, namely the rich person who was commissioning it. But now it doesn't have to please anybody. It's just an investment. In many ways, the NFT people were kind of on the right track. The only thing they were wrong about was the idea that the stuff that they were making was actually worth something. But in terms of like taking shit that isn't worth anything, like a JPEG with a number attached to it, and claiming that it's worth a lot of money, they were already well within the current boundaries and practices of how modern studio art works. So they weren't actually wrong. The only thing they were wrong about was the most important part, which is that whether their shit was going to maintain value or not, and in fact it did not maintain value. Shockingly, who would have thought that? I can't believe my JPEG attached to the blockchain isn't worth $1 billion. How could this be? NFTs were retarded as all hell. Can't believe that still happened. Well, we're still in the same phase because we still have crypto. It's gone down quite a bit, but it's still around. It hasn't lost all value. I mean, I've listed all the stupid Web3 tech innovations, and every single one has been a massive fucking failure that we all just forget about. But the metaverse, dead. NFT, dead. Crypto, still somewhat functional if you want to buy drugs and stuff. And then AI, still somewhat functional, but definitely won't be worth $1 trillion, but don't tell our investors that. Instead, now the current trend is to purchase and grade old shonen jumps and Pokemon card scalping. I mean, haven't we had grading of trading cards for a long time, though? Maybe we have more people thinking that it will hold value than before. But we've had, I don't know, I feel like old Shonen Jump grading seems like it's less efficient than the American comic book grading if you want it as an asset. Because way more volumes of Shonen Jump are sold than American comic books. And they also take up a shit ton more space, so if I was thinking this was going to be a good investor, a good investment, I feel like Shonen Jump magazines is kind of like a bad investment, and just in terms of the amount of space it takes up. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of booba, it was the age of flatness. It was the epoch of cooming, it was the epoch of chastity. It was the season of craftsmanship, it was the season of slop. It was the spring of freshness, it was the winter of brapping. We had everything to coom to, we had nothing to coom to. We were all going direct to Ball's stream, we were all going direct the other way. In short, the period was so far like the present period that some of... He keeps on going. Constrictor, if you create copy pasta for the entirety of Tale of Two Cities, I'll be very impressed. It's only like 1,000 pages long. Keep on going. Can you just ban him again? I don't like reading. You don't have to read it. You don't need to read his copy pasta, nor do you have to read any Dickens. Dickens was a hack. I know because I had to read Tale of Two Cities in high school. It was okay. He was not actually a hack, but it was definitely getting paid by the word. It's not shit I would force my students to read, though. I feel like there's a lot of better shit to read. I prefer dickings. You would, wouldn't it? You fucking homo. Good thing nobody else in this extremely heterosexual chat has any homosexual undertones. That would be awkward. We're all just a bunch of heterosexual boys who enjoy giving dickings to women instead of receiving dickings ourselves. Isn't that right, fellow heterosexual chads? Teacher Ball forcing his students to read obscure manga. I legitimately think there's lots of manga that is way better than Tale of Two Cities. Tale of Two Cities content isn't that much more deep or meaningful than a lot of fucking obscure manga. Tale of Two Cities is like Shit Happens, the novel. At least shit happens. It's better than a lot of stuff where shit doesn't happen. Christmas Carol was actually a good story. There's a reason why it's the one that gets remade the most as movies and stuff. It's not 10,000 pages long, at least. I personally like the Muppet version the best. Pretty much everything benefits by having a Muppet version. I do have to ask one silly question. Is Best Boy Grak a crypto bro? Grak is, if you're talking about Grak from my own comic, Grak is a habitual money loser. So he wastes lots of money on things like alcohol, prostitution, gambling. If there is a crypto scam or the equivalent of it in the fantasy world presented to him, he would be like, that sounds like a good idea. Let me buy a shit ton of your crypto. I bet there's lots of dwarves who get tricked by the equivalent of crypto scams. Like some dwarf merchant shows up and is like, fellow dwarves in this hold, I have discovered this new metal. The price of this metal will go up triple, quadruple its times in the next few months, but I am offering you an opportunity to buy it. And there's a bunch of dwarves who's like, that sounds like a good idea. It's a beautiful fantasy of a capitalist experiencing consequences. Every once in a while, capitalists experience consequences, but usually everybody ends up getting fucked in the process. It's only when, like, literally the entire society collapses and, like, people are getting strung up on lampposts is when a few capitalists suffer consequences. If we're going by the Tale of Two Cities version. If you're talking about A Christmas Carol, Scrooge doesn't really experience consequences because he changes his behavior. Also, I will still stand by the fact that Scrooge not wanting to donate to a bunch of fucking orphans and being like, I pay taxes, don't I? Was well within his the thing is, if you actually like follow Scrooge's behavior in A Christmas Carol, he's like a way better employer than like the average employer that we have in 2026. He just wants to keep heating costs down. But his stupid fucking employees are like, but Mr. Scrooge, it's cold. He's like, God damn it. Wear some more layers, bitch! Strongest miser of today versus strongest miser in history. The horrifying thing is that our current capitalists don't actually have to be misers because they have like professional people to be misers for them. And they're not actually like miserly when it comes to enriching their own upper class people. They're only miserly for the underclass. The thing about Scrooge was he was like miserly regarding everything, including like his own lifestyle, you know? Which is like significantly different. It's not like Scrooge was like going home to a fucking yacht in the Mediterranean while his workers were fucking starving. He was kind of like suffering in the same like cold ass environment because he was like too fucking cheap to put fire in the fireplace. Like, he's still working in the same office that his employees are, you know? Ball like Scrooge makes so much sense, because I don't like people. If I had that fucking annoying employee who's like, Excuse me, Mr. Ball? Could I have a little bit of extra money so my crippled son can have health care? I'd be like, God damn it, fuck off. That's not my responsibility, okay? Poor little Timmy. Because I have no empathy, right? I feel like if I have to pay taxes, doesn't that cover all this shit? Current capitalists just borrow more than they own and spend more than they own. Yes. Unfortunately, we've entered an era in which money isn't a real thing. And, like, people who have quote-unquote value and wealth can continue to borrow fucking play money forever until they die. And banks will just keep on giving them money. We're so far removed from the Scrooge era in which, like, you actually have to keep track of your accounting. And it's like, no, the books have to be in order. Like, nobody actually thinks that way anymore in fucking capitalism right now. You can't even be a miser. If you were being miserly in the current version of capitalism, the other shareholders would be like, no, we have to spend money to make more money. We need to run $1 billion deficit. It's the only way our streaming service will reach saturation and corner the market. Until, like, at some point they're like, no, wait, we've made a mistake. I take it all back. Let's change direction. Everybody is just too fucking rich. And by everybody, I mean not you. Not everybody is too fucking rich. The rich people are too fucking rich. And they have more money than they know what to do with. And that's warped everything. But we all knew that, right? There's no reason for me to complain about that shit. We all know that. Part of the reason why Japan still seems like a semi-functional society is because it has very stringent taxation, especially for the death tax. You don't inherit a ton. You can't have, like, generational wealth that is passed down generation after generation, and, like, James Dolan can't fucking not work anything. There's a lot of Japanese corporations that are still held and being run by the same family, but, like, the same family is actually, like, doing work. Like, Toyota is run by Mr. Toyota, but he's actually, like, a car guy, and he actually knows what he's doing. It's not just, like, fucking Nepo baby that doesn't actually have any job. If you're not losing money as a billion-dollar tech company, you're not going to make it. Motions to make the Dolans get a real job. The Dolans' real job is monitoring the Madison Square Garden security system to make sure that there aren't any people in it that have said anything mean about them online. Companies are people and wage theft is a human right. I know we have a bunch of euros in here where there's slightly more robust consumer protections. How bad is it? As Americans, we're always like, oh, but the Europeans, think of all the taxes they pay. Unlike you, think how free you are in America, how much better your life is, blah, 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 blah. So, do we have any people that in Europe can attest to whether your higher taxation system is functioning properly? Euros have taxes that benefit them. Americans just fund an elaborate imperialist GoFundMe for wars. Yes, but think how cool our wars are. This allows us to tell the British Prime Minister to fuck off while we spend $1 billion+ per day bombing Iran. Taxes are high, politicians are corrupt or incompetent, and either spend the taxes maliciously or waste it. Seems about par for the course. Consumer protection, infrastructure, and healthcare is passable and better than the US, which is, of course, not a very high bar to clear, considering they're all pretty close to fucking zero. Those billions could have gone to real research like Catgirl Booba. Did Trump destroy that civilization yet? I'm so done with liberal media being like, Trump suggested committing a war crime. It's like, yeah, no shit. Nobody fucking cares about war crimes, dude. Stop pointing out that Trump wants to commit war crimes as if that's going to change anything. Like, we all fucking know that. War crimes aren't a thing. They have never been a thing for a very long time. Fucking UN's peace talking speak, being like, oh, boo, 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 that's a war crime. Yeah, who's gonna punish that country for committing war crimes? I'm so fucking done with that shit. Journalists are working for profit now, thanks, Reagan. Do you think everything bad started with Reagan? We have a lot of people who are like, it's all Reagan's fault. But I honestly think that it goes back farther than that, because the entire formation of the modern version of the Republican Party comes from LBJ trying to get rid of Jim Crow, and then like all the racists flipping, and then we have like this concentrated racist party in the Republicans. So like, all the original sins of America resulted in the current Republican Party, right? So, I don't know. I just feel like it's doomed from the start. Reagan caused many problems. A lot of the taxation stuff. Reagan approved the Murdoch-Fox network despite the fact it was laws forbade owning another media company and network. He also fast-tracked Murdoch citizenship because you have to be American to own a network. Yeah, maybe it is Reagan's fault. If you combine that with all the other, like, tax stuff, but... If I could go back in time, personally, I'd take out Hoover. There's so many, like, ongoing problems in American society that can be, like, traced farther and farther back to its original sins of, like, being a colonization product funded by the economic benefits of slavery, so... I mean, we had a brief period in the 90s in between Reagan and Newt Gingrich in which shit seemed kind of okay for a while, I guess. It might have been an illusion, though. When we were still worried about Bill sticking his cigar in Monica's pussy, everything seemed to be fine, We're like, our biggest concern is, did he have sex with his secretary? The Zoomies don't know this, but there was a time in the 90s when we legitimately had, like, these boomers being angry about Bill Clinton being like, the president must be a he must be an upstanding moral citizen. How will I talk to my children about this grave sin he has committed by putting the cigar in the pussy? And now we're like, oh God, I hope our president doesn't send masked death squads to our city to murder us. Woodrow Wilson was the worst president. I was making a legitimate argument for a while that Nixon was still a worse president than Trump, but I feel like Trump has passed Nixon and he's number one at this point. I feel like it's very hard to beat a president that basically tried to end democracy by denying an election and forcing his violent mob into the Capitol as they chant, "Hang Mike Pence," so that Congress can vote to, put him back into the presidency. I voted Trump to deport all libturds to Gitmo. Gitmo kind of full right now, by the way. I don't know if you can actually get away with deporting the libturds. Mike Pence calls his wife mommy. I want him gone too. Well, I guess you agree with Trump on that one. Trump being like, Mike Pence, are you not gonna vote to make me president for life? No. I will have my supporters hang you. They get an all-inclusive vacation to El Salvador. Did you read that the Trump administration was trying to send the Afghani translators who were cooperating with U.S. military that got evacuated out of Afghanistan because the Taliban would have killed them? They're trying to send them to the fucking Congo, which is like in a full civil war right now. They're like, you have two choices. You can either go back to Afghanistan where you'll be murdered, or you can go to Congo where you're going to be murdered. That was where I had a point where I was like, I'm getting sick of like the whole liberal media and stuff, but I really can't forget that the Trump administration is just straight up evil. Like, they are if there is a hell, Trump will go to the deepest reaches of hell. Like, that's actually, like, worse than just, like, straight up causing genocide or something to a population you don't like, because it's literal betrayal. You convince these people to work for the US military imperialism, specifically saying you were going to help them get out of this shitty fucking country, and it would cost you nothing to have them be resettled in America. And yet, you think it's like, haha, what if we send you to the Congo instead? LMAO, haha, it's all a fucking game. Congo is another fun example of a country having their socialist revolutionary leader getting destroyed by Europe and the US. Yeah. But at this point, I don't think anybody really cares about any problems in Africa, because it's just so ongoing in literally every African country. Even if a lot of it is caused by European colonialism and shit like that. People just can't be bothered at this point. I'm more interested in how Trump will get away with everything. If an island of raping, flesh-eating pedos doesn't open people's eyes, nothing will. Did we discuss the shooting, by the way? I'm really not interested in the shooting at all. It's just another, shooter in America. American society has decided that everybody will have access to guns. And then this is a mental health problem or some shit like that. And the Republicards that will complain about Trump being targeted by all these people will still say that it's still a mental health problem. So, like, I don't really know what to say about it. Like, I don't give a fuck, of course. So, there's a reason why I left the country. The only reason I cared about the shooter is because it interrupted the playoffs. Yeah, I'm watching on Amazon Prime in Japan, so it doesn't affect me. Cole didn't kill anyone, so yes, mission mission failure, I guess, on his part. I think it was staged. Why would it be staged? We literally have shootings in every other aspect of American life at every point. You don't need to stage shit. I don't care about the shooter. What I care about is the retards using this olive branch for more control over people's lives. I think it will primarily be used to justify Trump and being like, see, you can't call Trump a fascist dictator no matter how many signs that he shows that he wants to be a fascist dictator, because if you say that, then people will try and kill him because they think he's a fascist dictator, so that means you can't say it. I'm like, LMAO, just because someone wants to kill you doesn't mean that makes it not true. In fact, it kind of makes it more true. Imagine if you were trying to make that argument for anything else. It's like, hey guys, I need to stop calling me a pedophile, because if you keep on doing that, then the cops might show up and accuse me of being a pedophile and look at my computer and think how bad that would be for me, so you can't call me a pedophile. It's like, yeah, that's not how that shit works, dude. They're calling you that because they see the obvious signs. Republicans trying to get more in common with Lincoln without benefiting black people. It's always funny when the GOP still brings up, we are the party of Lincoln in 2020 fucking 6. It's like a sports team taking credit. It'd be like if your sports team was like still talking about the championship it won in like 1950 when it was in a different fucking city altogether. It's like, dog, that ain't a real. Those rings don't count, dog. Japan sent for Trump. It's embarrassing. Japan has no nukes, and it's next to China. It has to send for Trump. There are Trump simps in literally every country. You don't really understand this. The farther you are away from Trump and the less English you understand, the more tolerable he seems. Japanese commentators don't really understand how fucking retarded Trump can be because they don't understand English. They think a lot of them are still in the Trump is like playing 5D chess kind of mode. It's very hard if you're living in Japan to understand how out of control American society is. Because, like, so much shit is functional in Japan. When you're living in Japanese society where, like, everything works properly, it's kind of hard to understand that when you're in America, nothing works properly. And it's just, like, a bunch of oligarchs fucking with everything. And it seems like shit might be working if you're in Japan, but it's like, no, actually nobody's in control in America. You have to, when you understand how like Japan thinks about stuff, you have to understand that the Japanese English level is just like super low. It's not like Europeans' understanding of America. Like the Japanese think they understand what's going on in English, the English sphere, but nobody can actually fucking do English at like a reading level. They all took like 5 years of English and they still fucking suck at English. And Japanese is so different from English that they really don't get it. The fucking otome political dating sim memes, my god. Well, otome gays can't be helped. That's sort of like the forbidden knowledge zone, so. So wherever I had to talk to Japanese person in English, the only place where they were competent was Osaka. Interesting that it's Osaka. But yeah, Japanese people spend years and years learning English in school, and they never stop sucking at it. English is a half-crazed Frankenstein language. Aren't all languages that, though? If you want to be a modern language, you have to make it a Frankenstein language to some degree, because new words and stuff are constantly being introduced, and there's like all this globalization. Esperanto? Yes. How many people speak Esperanto? There's your fucking answer. Anime would have me believe that people in Japan know English moderately well. They can probably do the English that they took in tests, but if you ask them to have a conversation in English, the Japanese word they use is listening for listening. The Japanese English education system is fucking broken. The teachers who teach English can't speak English, so of course the people who learn from them can't speak English either. It's just like too far a language away from English to expect anybody to get good at it in their high school studying. I know this chat is full of disgusting weebs, and I know none of you can speak Japanese, so expect the same level of incompetence from the Japanese for their English as well. You are not going to learn Japanese, and they are not going to learn English. Languages, JP worst, Korean best, intelligently invented only 500 years ago. Yes, Korea #1. By the way, the Koreans can't read any of their own historical documents now because none of them can read kanji anymore. I feel like in the end of things, all political shit is small time in the face of climate change and its disastrous results. Well, the political shit isn't helping with the climate change either. But yes, I had a brief period in which I was extremely anxious about climate change because nobody seemed to be doing anything about it. This was like 10 years ago, and now I don't think about it at all because there's nothing I can do about it because everybody has collectively agreed that they're just going to ignore it. My sister traveled to Japan and said average Japanese are worse than English than average Mexicans. That's pretty sad. No, it's not. It's perfectly normal. Spanish and English are extremely close, and you share a fucking border. Of course, Mexicans can speak English better than Japanese can. You don't know how incredibly different Japanese is from English if you think that isn't unsurprising. If you're a native English speaker, you could probably learn to speak Mexican Spanish in like 4 months if you're good at that shit. Climate change has been solved. This isn't some hidden shit either. You can look it up. The ozone layer is regenerating. It just took longer than expected. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, but climate change is not an ozone layer issue. You're thinking of the hole in the ozone that was being caused by aerosol cans and shit, which has been solved when we banned aerosol cans. Climate change has not been solved because it comes from all the carbon released into the atmosphere. I'm sure just how incompetent American politics is just lost in translation into Japanese, and they probably sane-wash American politics. Yeah, they kind of do. You know how, like, there's a foreign news story, and like you read the US news, and like the comments in the comments section are all like, they're all trying to tie this issue in a completely different country to like whatever American political bullshit is going on at the time, usually like American racial political bullshit. Like, the Japanese try and do that for everything as well. So they'll try and tie like whatever political stuff is going on in America to be like, oh, that's just like the thing I'm thinking about at home right now with, you know, the fact that I don't like Koreans or stuff like that. Like, very few people have any kind of like global perspective, such as myself, a true global citizen who has gone back and forth between America and Japan and can fluently speak both languages. You could say I'm specially qualified to speak about this stuff. Ask me anything. I happen to be an expert on this topic. Dirty globalist Kekona, part of the global business class. They change it from global warming to climate change because dumb people always cope that not everywhere is getting hotter. Yes. The dumb people would be like, but it's cold outside now. Checkmate, atheists. You said it wasn't getting warmer, and it is getting warmer, but yeah. Warm weather isn't a bad thing, haha. I legitimately believe that part of the reason why nobody does shit about global warming is because the boomers still control everything, and boomers fucking hate cold weather. If they didn't hate cold weather, why would they always be moving to fucking Arizona and Florida? Average boomer zone is always like, now that I'm 70, I have to move to fucking Florida or Arizona where I can play golf in the desert. That's just the boomer mode. So when they hear global warming is a huge issue that we need to solve, they're like, nah, I don't think so. Literally, my dad a few weeks ago, it was 86 in early March. I don't know. I mean, it's partially just because they're older, so their muscle mass decreases, which makes them like, it just makes you feel colder all the time. So they're always like, it's too cold now. Raise the thermostat, move to Florida, and so on. But another part is just like, I don't know. I feel like boomers have just been raised to be like, it's vacation time. That means we have to go to like Acapulco or something. Let's all move to Arizona. He is originally from Miami, so he's always preferred warm weather. I like how your dad checks all like the racial stereotype boxes. Did the greatest generation fail their children? I mean, I feel like we call them the greatest generation because they all died in World War II, so that might be part of it. I forgot that we actually have like a Jewish player in the league right now, the NBA right now. Denny Advia is Jewish, so the non-athletic stereotype being challenged right now. Greatest generation were cool. It's boomers that failed everyone. The greatest generation failed to instill the values that they had to have in the generation that followed them. Unfortunately, they ended up raising a entire generation of extremely entitled human beings. Who the fuck calls their own generation the greatest? They were on some bullshit. The bullshit specifically being meth. When we're like, how did they do it? How did they storm the beaches in Normandy? The answer was like, they were high on amphetamines. Amphetamines were extremely available to everybody back then. Florida to New York, check. Doctor, check. Lawyer, check. Real estate license, check. Cheap bastard, check. The only thing he's missing is, like, media company, record executive company executive. You'd have to be, like, a record company executive who is, like, being cheap to his black rap stars and stuff and scamming them out of their, like, music contracts, and then he would have, like, the full house. Also, maybe, like, professional diamond appraiser or something. I think that's the everything there. He's a board president, too. Got everything! You can only have so many high-level professional stereotypes. You probably can't be a banker and a doctor just based on the amount of time it takes to get your licenses. So, but the lawyer plus doctor has it covered pretty hard though. Those are pretty time-consuming things right there. So, glad your dad isn't Adam Sandler from Uncut Gems. Adam Sandler was he was going pretty hard in that one. Have you guys watched The Big Chill? I only watched it recently. If you want to have like a moment of pure, undiluted anti-boomer rage fuel, that's the movie for you.
It's about everything. Suicide, despair, where did our hope go? Lost hope, that's it, lost hope.
Columbia Pictures invites you to return to the weekend that started it all. Remember the music and the moments.
The ground is ready. Just need someone to plant the seed.
Yeah, but who's going to be the lucky farmer?
You want me to do what?
The friendship and the romance.
Alex and I made love the night before he died. It was fantastic.
The laughter and the tears.
I feel like I was at my best when I was with you people.
Not me. Getting away from you people is the best thing ever happened to me. I mean, how much sex...
They're making the movie seem more fun, but this is considered to be like a great accomplishment of cinema, and it's literally an entire movie about fucking boomers in 1983 having a midlife crisis when they all meet each other again, and they're all like, our generation, we were trying to do great things, and what happened? Like, they made an entire fucking movie about boomer navel gazing. It's like the most fucking infuriating shit of all time. It just shows like the insane level of self-importance that they have, where like they actually like think they're the most important generation of like the entire history of the fucking planet. It makes me like so fucking furious. Do they at least do coke in the film? I think they just do a lot of alcohol.
15 years ago, The Big Chill helped launch the careers of some of today's biggest stars.
Remember Woodstock? Yeah, that's another way if you want to trigger your anti-boomer hate. Watching any kind of Woodstock documentary will do it immediately. Because they'll be like, that was the greatest cultural event in human history. We'll never get back there again. Nobody will ever accomplish what we did that summer at Woodstock. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? It's a fucking rock festival. It's just a location where you all went to a fucking rock festival and got high. That's it. That's the only thing that happened. You all got high and fucking had unprotected sex. Mentioned Height Ashbury to Dad. I don't even know about that. We came full circle to the silent generation with our hatred of hippies. Like, every youthful generation gets to have their moment where they go and, like, they do drugs and have unprotected sex. It's just that the boomers, for some reason, convinced themselves that by doing that, that they were, like, accomplishing something on the planet. And it's fucking infuriating. I guess it was because their parents' generation was, like, not necessarily put together, but after, like, surviving fucking World War II, their parents' generation was like, okay, we need to button shit down now. That shit was too crazy. So then when the boomers were growing up, they were like, we ain't gonna be like them! It's interesting because Japan also has baby boomers, because, you know, they had the post-war baby boom just like America, but it's like a slightly different vibe. There's the same people who are like, yo, the baby boomers didn't do shit. It was the older generation that, like, rebuilt Japan from its post-war. Like, there's still that same complaint. But it's a slightly different. I remember when I was at Ashbury with 3 gay guys and a cat when the moon landing happened, literally my dad. Yeah, all the boomers' accomplishments are shit where they were like consumers, essentially. They were consumers of the moon landing, they were consumers of Woodstock. They were consumers of this entire social order built around their huge population boom, which happened to them not out of their own, you know, free will. Meanwhile, the generation above them actually had to do shit, you know? Because the Japanese possess self-loathing and the Americans are pumped up by individualism and national exceptionalism. The national exceptionalism and individualism definitely is much stronger in the American boomers than the Japanese ones. I think the Japanese boomers were more preoccupied with rampant alcoholism, but I guess the American boomers have plenty of that as well. Meanwhile, Zoomers' only contributions are Skibbity and 67. I mean, they're fucking poor as shit, so... If we're gonna count Woodstock as a contribution, then Skibbity and 67 are basically the same level of contributions, so... I mean, Gen X's only contribution is being slackers and like skateboarding and MTV and shit like that, right? So you can't really expect young people to contribute to society. It's that like boomers just like hold it over our heads like 30 years later talking about how great their cultural contribution to society was, blah blah blah. So like there's so much media that talks about how like there will never be a band that's greater than the Eagles, blah 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 blah, that type of shit. So what do you want us to do, bro? We're like 20 years old. I mean, it's all a psyop to get you to join the military so you can go and do the ground invasion of Iran. AI took all the jobs? No, they didn't. AI didn't take all the jobs. The jobs were never there in the first place. All the jobs were just added artificially during COVID because everybody was trapped at home. And now everybody's being fired and they have to be like, this is AI, trust us, Mr. Investor-san. Our company will be way more efficient. We can fire all the workers, but really they're just firing all the workers because they overhired, that's all. The worst part of being a Zoomer is people calling me kid and unk at the same time, often the same people even. Yo, that's so unk. For real, for real. Steve took all the jobs with him when he died. Feels bad, man. I feel like Steve was the only person who actually was like, consumers don't know what they want. You have to give them what they want, and he was right. Like, people don't actually know what they want until you make it for them. Like, every other capitalist thinks that way about products, and it turns out that people actually do know what they want, and they're telling you what they want. But then, like, the corporation is like, no, you don't want that. You want your fucking Adobe subscription for $30 a month instead of, like, one piece of software. And people are like, no, that's not what I want. They're like, no, this is what you want. Wait, why is everybody not giving us money anymore? I'd rather be called Unk instead of Mommy, which was non-stop for a minute. Oh, Dommy, Mommy, please step on my penis. Kah. What a weird time in sexual trends we live in. When it's all like, Mommy, please. Nepotism is how I got my first job out of college and I was laid off. Yeah. As someone who graduated in fucking 2009. It was really pretty bad. Speaking of 2000s, what is your opinion of the Shrek movies? They were an important part of other people's teenage years, but they weren't important to me for some reason. I don't know why. I remember during high school, we had like these regular piano recitals, and one person played and sang the How does it go? The fourth, the fifth, the minor lift, the major chord, the major lift, the muffled hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. That song, which is in the Shrek movies. And I fucking got it stuck in my brain for a solid, like, week. And I was so annoyed at the song and I couldn't get out of my goddamn brain. And it traumatized me. It was like, god damn it, I can't fucking get it out of my brain. That's my number one memory of Shrek. Is me trying to get that fucking song out of my brain. I don't know if they played it because of Shrek. I'm sure the song existed before Shrek, but it was a huge part of Shrek. Big Shrek music piece right there. The next Little Tokyo Harajuku Day, I will be sure to at least pull out my Hime stuff. How is Hime different from Goth Loli? I assume it has just a lot of frills. It did, but Shrek brought it back big time. That and the monkeys. The, how does the monkeys ones go? I don't love for fairy tales. It just has the one word fairy tales in it, so they were like, this is a Shrek song now. Also pretty sure Hallelujah is about fucking. You think? Nah, surely it could not be. By the way, me being a autistic and all, it took me like about half a year for me to learn that sex or cake on the beach was about sex. I thought that it was literally about eating cake on the beach, and I was like, that sounds pretty fun. I could use some cake on the beach. And then I was informed by the internet that cake on the beach was, cake was about sex. Also, Netflix and chill. I also thought that was about watching Netflix and chilling, because that would be definitely something I would do with my girlfriend instead of having sex. But they were like, no, when they said Netflix and chill, they mean have sex. I'm like, god damn. My Asperger is showing really hard when I'm just like, yeah, they must literally mean watch Netflix. Why would you do something else? I don't want to have any of that yucky sexual intercourse. That would be weird. Pretty sure Hallelujah is about fucking. Is Hallelujah specifically the concept of the female orgasm? Let me ask AI. Is the song Hallelujah about the female orgasm? What? Google is Google's blocking me from the forbidden knowledge. Internet. Ugh. How are we doing, chat? Are we back? Back with a 13-second delay. This is what happened when I was searching. The internet went out when I Google searched AI for, is the song Hallelujah about the female orgasm? Hallelujah is not exclusively about the female orgasm, but it is heavily rooted in the themes of sex, earthly love, and the blending of physical pleasure with spiritual longing. BB, read the lyrics. I told you it's about fucking. I mean, that's not a big find. Most songs are about fucking. I've heard there was a secret chord. This is obviously a reference to the clitoris right here. You don't really care for music, do ya? Because she only cares about receiving mind-blowing orgasms from cunnilingus. It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing Hallelujah. This is, of course, also a reference to the tongue movement during cunnilingus. You saw her bathing on the roof. I mean, it's primarily a song about King David. If you don't know your Old Testament, King David was, he was chilling and he saw a sexy female taking bath on the fucking roof. I was gonna say that she was like showing it off, but I'm assuming that King David was the only person who had like a building that was high enough to see her from that vantage point, so she probably wasn't showing it off. She tied you to a kitchen chair, she broke your throne, she cut your hair. This is another Old Testament reference of Samson. And from your lips she drew the hallelujah. This is a story about her tying you to the kitchen chair so that she can suck your dick. And you can be like, yay. So in this from these lyrics, we can see that hallelujah refers to the specific situation in which you're having an orgasm. You know what a song that's definitely not about sex? This song. Oh my little pretty one, when you gonna give me some time, Sharona? Oh, you make my motor run, gun it coming off the line, Sharona. Never gonna stop, give it up, such a dirty mind, I always get it up for the touch of the younger kind. My, woo, my, Sharona. Come a little closer, huh, will ya, huh? Close enough to look into my eyes, Sharona. Keeping it a mystery gets to me, running down the length of my thighs, Sharona. Never gonna stop, give it up, such a dirty mind, I always get it up for the touch of the younger kind. Little Red Corvette by Prince was definitely not about sex. I like, out of all of these sex songs, the most subtle one that I like the most because of its extremely subtle lyrics is, of course, Cherry Pie by Warrant. To this day, there is a deep debates questioning the meaning of its extremely subliminal lyrics. She's my cherry pie, cool drink of water, such a sweet surprise. Tastes so good, make a grown man cry. Sweet cherry pie. Swinging on the front porch, swinging on the lawn, swinging where we want, cause there ain't nobody home. Swing to the left and swing to the right. Think about baseball, I'll swing all night. Yeah, yeah. Most folks don't cause they're too busy bitchin'. Swinging in there cause she wanted me to feed her, so I mixed up the batter and she licked the beater. Now, there are many debates of what this messagery means. What could the beater signify? Why is she licking the beater? Is it a song about making pie? I scream, you scream, we all scream for her. Don't even try cause you can't ignore her. We truly lost an English teacher in you. Oingo Boingos, I love little girls was definitely not a question about age gap relationships. I literally only know Oingo Boingo from JoJo Part 3. It's interesting how, like, because I have no relationship to most music, and also very little relationship to JoJo, like, I have this weird situation where there's some songs that I don't know until I, like, read the JoJo chapter, but then there's other, like, songs where, like, I barely remember, and then I read JoJo, and it's like, wait, is that song? I can't remember. White Album? Was White Album Beatles? I think White Album was Beatles. I don't really know this reference. White Album was Beatles, yes. Yeah. Black Album Jay-Z. Is there a Black Album in JoJo? See, I haven't read enough JoJo to remember all of the stand names. Can't believe Araki invented the Beatles. He also invented sliced bread. Oh, here's another one that has great, very, very subtle lyrics. She is waiting to kiss my hand, but she will wait for my command. My chains and collar brought her to her knees. She is now free to please. Woman, be my slave. That's your reason to live. Woman, be my slave, the greatest gift I can give. Before her surrender, she had no life. Now she's a slave, not a wife. Her only sorrow is for women who live with lies. She's taken off her disguise. Some say that this is the most romantic of the Man of War songs, because they thought that their viewership or fans wouldn't understand the theme of the song. They made sure to fill the chorus with sounds of women literally having orgasms. I like Man of War among my metal because it is the least subtle of all the metal bands. It's not like Metallica where it's like, oh, what is Metallica singing about? It's just like, nah, Man of War is just singing about being an awesome warrior with a battle axe and dying for Odin, and also like raping your enemies' women and changing them into your sex slaves, and how much happier they are now when they're your sex slave. That's about it. They don't try and, hide what they are. It's pretty great. May our swords stay wet like a young girl in her prime. Wait, how are the Knicks doing right now? NBA scores. Oh, Celtics and 76ers pretty close. Knicks up by quite a bit. They'll be fine. Are those the only scores today? Oh, there's Spurs. I guess it's 2-2, so maybe they're not as fine as I'm giving them credit. Who cares about the Knicks? Timeout constrictor now? No, most people are like, who cares about the Knicks? Actually, that's not true. We all care about the Knicks specifically so we can make fun of the New York fan base. If you want to actually say, like, who cares about the Knicks, a more accurate version of that sentence would be, who cares about the Nets? And the answer is literally no one. How are the Pistons down 3-1? The Pistons are down 3-1 because Orlando was actually a much better team than they ended up being during the regular season. For some reason, Orlando was like shitting the bed the entire regular season, and then like they woke up on what they were supposed to do right as they were hitting the postseason for some reason, which is extremely weird. But Orlando is basically playing like the way that they were supposed to be playing at the beginning of the season. Because if everyone has forgotten this, but they cashed in a lot of their picks and traded for Bane, who was supposed to be like the high volume shooter scorer that they needed, and yet like everything still fucking sucked. And then like finally when they're hitting postseason, like all of this shit is clicking at the same time. So, and then the Pistons went into the postseason with like all of these shooting issues. So they're both like these weird archetypes of these super tough defense, but like less shooting teams. But Orlando has about like 20% more shooting because they traded for Bane, and like you're really seeing it during the when like Cage drives to the basket, he's like crowded as fuck. So as usual, basketball is a sport about throwing the ball in the air, and the ball has to go through this hoop thing, and if the ball goes through the hoop thing enough times, you win. So if you don't have anybody who can throw the ball in the air in a way that it goes through the hoop thing, you tend to not win, which the Pistons are kind of finding out right now. I'm from Atlanta, so I have to root for the Hawks. I mean, the Hawks are sort of like up-and-coming team now that they don't have Trae Young, LMAO. The Knicks, meanwhile, are like in full max cap territory, so they sure as fuck better be winning right now. So you're saying Orlando finished strong to end the regular season and Detroit kind of just stumbled around but still stayed as the first seed? Detroit got to the first seed during the regular season because they play hard defense every night. The problem is that when you're in the playoffs, everybody plays hard defense, so you don't have as much as an advantage. But Detroit always had like a shooting problem. In the current modern NBA, like it's very hard to win anything if you don't solve your shooting issues, especially because their best player on Detroit likes operating near the basket, but like all the other players on the team also like operating near the basket. So they were kind of able to like hide it during the regular season. But if you ask any experts, everybody was kind of skeptical of Detroit of being able to like make the finals even during the regular season when they were winning a lot of games just because of their lack of shooting. And you're seeing it in the first round manifested faster than people were thinking it would happen. But a lot of people were very like being like, I don't know if this can work. Because you just need to have a certain amount of three-point shooting right now, or else everything just gets clogged up. But Orlando like somehow like shitting the bed the entire season and then now getting better is like a very weird, abnormal situation. It doesn't happen very often. A lot of it was because they were injured, I think. I can't remember, but a lot of their main players were injured. I expected Detroit to get their asses whipped come the semis, but not this early in the playoffs. God damn. I mean, Orlando should have been a team that Detroit played in the second round, not the first round, if we were going by how they were constructed at the beginning of the year. Because Orlando is kind of all in right now. So if they hadn't made the playoffs, it would have been like a phenomenal failure. And even like the second or the round or the finals or the conference finals would have been considered to be like what they were going for. So they're sort of like coming back to where they were supposed to be in the first place. It's interesting. Anyways, we'll see. It's not over yet, so I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being a 7-game series. It kind of feels like Orlando has about like 20% more shooting than Detroit, so ultimately it's probably more likely that Orlando wins, but I wouldn't be surprised if Detroit wins one more at home, and then like maybe they push a 7th game. Every other team's important players are blowing out their ACLs. Yeah. Actually, Orlando, one of their players has like calf strain as well. Like everybody has a calf strain, and then that leads to like an ACL or like an Achilles or whatever. Everybody has a calf strain though. I think the answer is that there's just too many games. With the way the NBA is being played right now, players' bodies just can't like handle this amount of running. But both the owners and the players don't want to reduce the number of games because that means less money. But pretty much everybody agrees that if we're going to think about the quality of the product, there should be fewer games. Although the Knicks are healthy, aren't they? Was there anyone out on the Knicks? I don't think so. The Knicks have a more serious problem than injuries, and that all of their players hate each other somehow. They have the classic problem of everybody hates Karl Anthony Towns. Knicks are okay, shockingly, considering they're wheezing by the end of most games. It's because Thibodeau forced them to run 10 trillion miles during the previous season, so their conditioning is better. Thibodeau was right. You play the minutes that you plan to play in the playoffs. Every player who is like, no, please, coach, I can't run. I've already run all day. They were wrong. They just need to run harder. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we were like all like, oh, OKC is just gonna win this. They're the best team, and then like SGA blows out his ACL or something. And then we're like, and then like San Antonio wins it because they haven't played Victor Wembanyama as much or some shit like that. I miss Tibbs. It's pretty ironic that they fired him for not being a good enough coach, and then like Mike Brown is making all these like dumbass coaching mistakes, like using his timeouts when he shouldn't and stuff like that. So tactically, Tibbs had some problems, but it's not like Mike Brown is a huge upgrade on him. The good thing about having Tibbs as your coach is that you can always like hear his voice when you're just like watching TV, and you can just hear Tibbs being like, ice, 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 ice. with that like super gravelly voice because he's like screaming nonstop every single day. They didn't let him cook. I mean, this happens with every Tibbs team though. Like, it's always like good in the beginning, and he always installs like good defense. And then like you get to a certain level of the playoffs, and it's like, the offense isn't good enough. Like, this happens every time. Mike Brown is kind of similar in that they're like, we just need a coach, any coach, and it's like, well, we have Mike Brown. Again, it would have been a more fun story if the Knicks had just stuck with the combination of Tibbs and then the Villanova. Losing the Villanova team and then Hardenstein sucks. That's not what Hardenstein is saying, considering he got paid and then got to win a ring. Shame on DiVincenzo getting injured though, but that's just like the modern NBA. Everybody gets fucking injured now. AE possibly out. Yeah. We just can't have nice things, unfortunately. If we just get San Antonio versus Oklahoma City at full strength, that'll be enough for me, I guess, to satisfy my needs for good playoff basketball. If we can just get a full strength version of that. Also, if the Celtics lose, that will also satisfy me. The darkest timeline is we get like OKC versus Celtics, but then like Shea blows out his Achilles, and then the Celtics somehow win, and then you have to watch like 100 videos about like Jason Tatum's journey from his darkest hour during injury to becoming an NBA champion once again, and how like Celtics exceptionalism, how Brad Stevens, he found the bones of a champion in the forgotten players of the NBA or something like that. I will fucking like turn off my TV. What is my timeout counter at Bossman? 78. 2 mod actions. What's the 2 here? Warnings, timeouts, bans. Where's the warnings? Ban, timeout, warn. I hope you learned your lesson, Constrictor. I sent you a stern warning to not do that again. Surely he will change his behavior in the future. Reads as an 80 for me. I guess they don't separate the categories unless, like, you're the channel owner. Like what? Stop writing brap posting. I don't know. Do not insult the Knicks again. No, you're allowed to insult the Knicks. No one will ever get banned on this channel for insulting the Knicks. It's hard to draw a good circle, god damn it. I shouldn't worry too much about the shape of these glasses, but now I'm like getting fucking anal about it. Use the circle tool? I will not use the circle tool. Because I'm not trying to make a proper circle. I'm trying to make the right circle for these glasses. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a proper circle. For anyone who's using Clip Studio Paint, if you use the circle tool, the ellipse tool, and you hold shift, it'll create you a perfect circle, but then your computer will try and like calculate the proper like perfect circle mathematical setup, and it will take you like 30 minutes. It legitimately takes like 3 minutes of calculations. Like your computer will fucking freeze. Like you won't be able to click anything inside the window. It'll be like, what? As my program froze? No. It's like your CPU doing like 10 million calculations to give you like the most accurate circle as possible, because whatever setup they have, it's not like good enough. It's just like they're going to like 10 millionth digits of pi. It's like super annoying. So whenever I do ellipses, I just go like this and just like eyeball it instead of actually holding down shift. Math is not fun, by the way. Math sucks. Anybody who thinks math is fun is a nerd, and I will bully them. It has more soul the more you freehand what's supposed to be precisely marked with a tool like Toriyama. It really does. Don't underestimate the importance of making sure your drawings are infused with soul all the time. BaalBud, I will bully you. BB, can you recommend me a character to draw? Draw Doraemon. Circle, 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 circle. 1, 2, 3. There, I drew Doraemon from memory. I think this is about accurate. Something like this, right? I don't think you're following the Draw Doraemon song. I think it's correct. Something about drawing some circle, then put a dot, draw a circle, then put a dot. You just draw your own legs. I do about like 100 squats per day, so my legs are meaninglessly ripped. What if Doraemon showed out of your desk and was like, I'm here from the future. Nobita-kun, there's only one way to avert the catastrophic future, and that's by lifting. You have to hit a 200 kilo bench press, or else Shizuka-chan won't like you. And Doraemon was entirely about the muscle gains. That would be really inspirational. An inspirational story about gains. Opinions on short stacks? They should be taller. I think I have like actually pretty, I'm not one of those guys who is just like any kind of female would do. There are different types of women within what I like in my fictional females, but 170 centimeters plus tall. 2, athletic, not fat. No fat. I know in Nikkei we have this character called Eleg, who is specifically drawn with big boobs and then like the fucking muffin top. Disgusting. No muffin tops. 3, strong-willed, except when penis insertion, or evil. I think these are basically all the categories. Oh, 4. boobs. But not too much boobs. We have the concept of Taoism here. The balance of the universe. So you want IRL balalaika? I'm not talking about IRL, I'm talking about two-dimensional shit. I'm not really in a choosing position in real life. But when I'm choosing what I want to get to jack off to, I can make these sort of choices. Would you prefer big ass over big boobs or nah? It's more important to have a tight ass. It doesn't have to be big. The ass is part of the athleticism because it's like the ass muscles, right? It's part of your lower body, like, fitness. He'd hate the cigarette smell, to be honest. Also, I don't think balalaika is clearing the whole strong-willed except when penis insertion part. I'm pretty sure sticking my penis inside balalaika isn't gonna make her like, oh, I am coming immediately. I'd have to be like some real like orc shit to make that happen. Also, I don't want a woman covered in horrible burn scars and who's gonna kill me. Roberto Arevi, I'm not an actual fan of Black Lagoon, honestly. It never really did it for me. It's especially annoying if you're reading it in Japanese because it's like... It's the writing is of a person who really likes Western movies but then consumes them entirely using the Japanese dub of it. So like everybody has a certain way in which they speak in the Japanese dub of Western movies, which Black Lagoon mimics pretty closely, and I find it kind of annoying. So I'm actually not much of a balalaika or a Black Lagoon fan in general. It's kind of the worst of both worlds for me. It has a lot of the aspects that I don't like about Western media, and a lot of the aspects I don't like about Japanese otaku media as well. Like the sexy maid showing up, maid with guns showing up. That's like a perfect combo of things that I don't necessarily like. BB, in fact, does not have a magnum dong. Unfortunately, if we're talking about IRL situations, even if you do have a magnum dong, that doesn't cause women to automatically lose to the penis, which is very disappointing. I wish real life was more like hentai, but unfortunately it is not. Gigantic object inside vagina does not make women be like, oh, Orc-san, I am coming immediately. Is there a specific reason why maids are so prominent? I don't know. Maybe because they're submissive. Who knows? It's certainly something that you don't find much in real-life Japan, although they did have the equivalent of maids. They weren't dressed in long maid dresses, so... What about a dong wrapped with money? I don't know. Nowadays, girls get so much money from OnlyFans. I wonder what their actual need for money wrapped in like a real-life situation is. If anything, if it's too big, it hurts. Women consoling their average husbands. Look, I know we all wish that, like, the bigger the dick was, the more awesome it would be, but unfortunately, real life is often disappointing. It would be cool if, like, causing the female to have, like, a massive stomach bulge would also bring her to orgasm, but it probably would instead result in internal bleeding and a trip to the emergency room. Also, it turns out you can't ejaculate enough that her belly will inflate and it looks like she's pregnant just by the amount of cum you insert into her. It turns out that's not real. I dated someone with a huge dick. We broke up because of that huge dick. Sounds like a skill issue to me. A local gay dude isn't being like, I gave up on sticking that Rubik's Cube in my asshole. He's just gonna keep on stretching it until he can succeed. Girth is better than length, to be honest. My mother slipped up and actually said that to me once. It was one of those moments where I was like, that is both informative, but also I didn't necessarily need to hear that from my mother. LMAO. I don't think she was meaning to say it, but she has like some of the autism genes in her. So sometimes, like, shit that she shouldn't say slips out. Pro tip to anyone who's a parent. Don't speak to your son about your cock preferences. Girth and length are usually correlated, though, so no point thinking too much about it. There's no way I can beat the literal donkey that my girlfriend prefers. I can't compete. Just inject synthol into your dick. What could go wrong? Yes. If I can get away with injecting synthol into my biceps to make me look like Popeye, surely I can also inject synthol into my penis. He did not get away with injecting synthol into his biceps. Thankfully, he doesn't understand vocal language. What's the worst thing that, like, could be your baby's first word, where you're like, oh no, I've been on the internet too much without using headphones? Instead of saying like mama, what if he says like 6, 7 as his first word? It's like, oh no, the TikTok was too close to his crib. The brain rot has entered his mind at a very early stage. Yeah, your first word, little chud, was poggers. Oh, I can think of the most like you've been on internet too long. If his first word is like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. If you like his content, like and subscribe, chat. Smash that like button. Chat, is this real? Yeah. Chat, is this real? Yeah, you're actually gonna have to think about like when you're gonna give your kid a phone, right? Like, who knows what the state of the internet and social media will be when he grows, like in like 6, but it's only like 5 or 6 years away if you think about it. In which before he starts you have to actually start considering when he's gonna get a phone, because like there's gonna be kids who have a phone like in fucking elementary school, right? You're probably going to want to delay it as long as possible, but you can't delay it forever either. I'm glad I don't have to make these decisions, honestly. BB almost said 6 or 7 years. I heard that. God damn, we can't even say fucking numbers without the zoomies being like, he said the meme! He's getting a dumb phone. I guess that's step 1, right? Is you get them a dumb phone so they can't fucking go on social media. Will the child be bullied if you give them a dumb phone? Meh. I think it will be fine. You have to be like pretty... There's always like weirder kids in the class. That always has to be the number one question is like, if I do something weird with my child, will they be the weirdest kid in the class? Because the weirdest kid in the class is the one that gets bullied, right? It's not necessarily like the 5th weirdest kid. There's always like going to be one kid in America who's just like straight up getting like fucking half homeschooled by their parents who are like Christian psychos. So having a dumb phone won't be enough to get bullied. Maybe if you're a girl, girls will bully the shit out of each other. But I don't think you're gonna get bullied for just having a dumb phone in 2020 or 2033 or whatever. He'll probably be okay. If he doesn't have the TISM gene, he'll be fine. Just tell your kid to not have autism. That should solve the problem. My mother forgot to tell me I shouldn't have autism, which is why I have it. My baby started speaking late, and I was worried he had autism, so I shook him until he said something. Pro tip, do not do this. Being a girl in public school was ass. And that was before we had, like, the giga level of social media. So it's probably way more ass right now. Honestly, social media in the modern age is just like a girls for bullying other girls kind of tool, right? Every girl just is constantly checking social media to look for opportunities to bully each other. Any kind of weakness will expose you in the friend group and lead to instant bullying. We've streamlined the bullying process in a way that we never considered imaginable 20 years ago. But it's her fault for not looks maxing hard enough.
I think I remember.
Girls bullying other girls while being sexually harassed by their male classmates with AI nudes. Meanwhile, the guy that she kind of likes in class is also mewing and injecting Botox and using steroids. And everybody has a eating disorder. You forgot the meth? Guys, how attractive will I be if I start using meth? Will it make me look slimmer and more hot? Imagine not boob maxing. I think we should try and convince girls that they can have bigger boobs by doing like exercises and stuff instead of getting plastic surgery. Then at least they'll work on their pec muscles or something. I forgot what exercises they lie about, saying that will make your boobs bigger. Like the one where you push your hands together in front of your chest. I remember seeing some girl doing that in an anime because she was so flat. She was like, I will do the boob growing exercises. Daniel is mewing because Clavicular told him in order to have Stacy notice him. Yes. Just use synthol. Yeah. I like how we can just solve all our problems by injecting stuff into our body. Surely this will not lead to our muscles atrophying and horrific health consequences. The anime method? The anime method works not by making the boobs actually bigger, but by making the flat-chested girl seem adorable. That's the secret. You don't need to have big boobs if you are very publicly conscious about how flat you are and look kind of like sad and look at girls with big boobs and go, I wish I had big boobs like her. And then all the men will see you having boob jealousy. And they'll be like, oh, she's so kawaii. Flat-chested girl having boob envy is so cute, desu. Instant waifu material. That's the real secret right there. Woman with inferiority complex because she's too flat. Very kawaii. Just drink more milk, Sakura-chan. You can also go the opposite direction and be like, flat chests are the best, and then wear micro bikini. The worst, of course, is being like, men, shame on you for caring about breasts. Women have more value than their boobs. I'm very angry because you're sexualizing me. That will not work. Men will still care about breasts. You can't convince them to not care about the boobs, unfortunately. Getting boobs after having a kid is a lie. They actually got smaller. Sounds like a skill issue, legitimately. They're supposed to be engorged. Bad roll on the genes? Yeah. Somehow the Khazar Milker's genes didn't kick in on this one. It reminds me of Taimanin, in which there's like a specific Taimanin character called Yukikaze, and she's like the designated flatty of the entire series. Except, well, I think it's easier to show you the image, but... I'm sure like half of the people in chat already know what I'm talking about. But this is her boobs right here. And this is her mother. Here's the mother, by the way. Daughter, mother. Daughter, mother. Something got lost in translation. That's just not fair. I know, it's fucking hilarious. Also, every other character in the series has massive boobs as well. She's so cute. Yet somehow the genes were not transmitted just to one of them. Funniest shit ever. It skips a generation like baldness. I guess the dad's side had unfortunate genetics. We never really talk about the dads in Time Uneen series. It's always just like they got impregnated by nameless orc. But like, when you actually see the women give birth to orc, it's always orc male. So theoretically there has to be like a human father at some point for these women to exist, but we literally never ever talk about them. Nobody, they just like don't exist. No Futa pregnancies. Post-apocalyptic, most perished. Well, Time Uneen Yukikaze is specifically the NTR segment of Time Uneen. It's up to the orcs to impregnate the woman, whereas my job is to watch the DVD of my wife getting fucked by orcs and masturbate in a dark room. I feel extremely qualified to fulfill this job. I'm just gonna be like, no! I can't believe my pure childhood friend wife is getting fucked by orcs, no! Orcs do it as a social service? Somebody's gotta do it. Think about the population of Japan or all of these countries and all of our problems that we have that could be solved if we just had orcs going around impregnating women. The labor situation would be much better off. Trump's base would lose it over the loss of purity. I mean, we often say that orcs are a metaphor for, like, black people, for example, is the argument, but in terms of, like, the labor market, I mean, that is basically what the whole metaphor is, right? You consider them to be, like, this more masculine, dangerous other that's gonna fuck your women. It's a threat that men have worried about since the beginning of, like, racial politics. It's always like, oh my god, that other is gonna have sex with our women. No, is always the thing that, you know, is the number one fear. So nothing weird about that. Elon wants to be the orc in this situation, except that apparently Elon fucked up his dick, right? And he had to use artificial insemination. I thought the orcs were associated with the English. The ones that have a K in their name are English soccer hooligans who are probably too drunk to get their dicks up. Those are more powerful than normal hentai orcs because they can increase their numbers just by, like, spores. They don't have to have any annoying females in order to increase their numbers. They can just increase on their own. I've complained about this many times, but any kind of species that doesn't have females, that has to go and, like, find other females of other species to increase their numbers would be extremely inefficient. I've complained about this with goblins all the time, is that, like, the goblins are supposed to be, like, weak and filthy, but there's a shit ton of numbers, and yet in most of the settings they're like, also there's no female goblins. If they want to have sex with something, they have to go and, like, kidnap a cow. It's like, okay, good fucking luck with that. There's no way that's more efficient than just having female goblins, right? It's really stupid. He uses IVF nowadays, yeah. Real orcs would consider that to be a shameful display. Part of the orc experience is that you're corrupting the female with your cock, not using your IVF. Hence, Amber Turd's 3 daughters, he had the male embryos destroyed. Wow, he really is like a hentai, ugly bastard main character, except like a pathetic version of him who can't even inseminate with his own dick. Because, like, the hentai ugly bastard always gets, like, pretty daughters and stuff like that. He wants to be the faceless hentai man, like we all do, but he's not actually capable of recreating that fantasy in real life. I got lost. Who is this? We're talking about Elon Musk and his breeding fetish, but apparently he fucked up his cock, and he can't just, like, you know, breed women normally. He has a lovely trans daughter who now makes fun of him online. See, if Elon was like a normal parent with a normal personality, he might find that, like, charming. And being like, I love my children unequivocally, and I actually enjoy them making fun of me online. But because he's an incredibly insecure piece of shit, I'm sure this actually bugs him. He tried the synthol trick. Let's actually ask AI. Is Elon Musk impotent? There is no credible evidence to suggest that Elon Musk is impotent. Rumors circulating on social media since early 2025 alleging he had a botched penile implant are unsubstantiated gossip, according to reports. These claims, fueled by online speculation and celebrity comments, lack any medical or verified journalistic backing, says the AI, which has been scanning a million AstroTurf online articles, probably posted directly by Elon himself, to make sure that we don't think that he's actually impotent. Okay, let's ask the AI, does Elon Musk use IVF for his kids? Yes, Elon Musk has used in vitro fertilization and surrogacy for many of his children. I wonder why He is a proponent of reproductive technology, citing failing birth rates as a crisis. Who could have... I wonder why a guy would have to use IVF for all these children. Yes, because guys would never want to stick their penis in a vagina if they don't have to. It's only natural that a billionaire with access to money would use his resources so he wouldn't have to touch a female. If there's one thing we know about guys, it's that they hate coming deep inside the pussy of an attractive female. He literally had the male embryos he made with Amber Heard destroyed by court order when they broke up. What a dumbass. He really just wants to be the ugly bastard, but he doesn't have the dick to do it. I mean, the whole part about being an ugly bastard is that your penis is so powerful the woman can't break up with you, even though you're fat and ugly, because she's so addicted to the power of your sexual prowess. And obviously he's not anywhere near that, so yeah. What a fucking failure. Elon dated Grimes. See, I only know about this person Grimes through her connection with Elon. I literally don't know who that is. Who is Grimes? Stage name of Claire Elise Boucher, a Canadian singer, songwriter, record producer, and music video director. Known for experimental synth pop and electronic music, she gained prominence with albums like Visions and Art Angels. Any music that is classified as experimental, I'm fucking out. Claire is special. The first thing I think of when I hear experimental music is, the GOAT of all time.
Here again are the Lennons, John and Yoko, and the number, as soon as we get the buzz out of the speaker, will be the flight of the bumblebee if we're not careful.
Let's fucking go, Yoko. Windows! Do you consider Yoko to be a fraud? There's that classic singing song right there. I can't, man. We started this stream with James Dolan and his shitty Nepo jazz band, and I have to say that Yoko Ono is literally worse than him. She was also nepotism, of course, by, you know, convincing John Lennon that she was great using her vagina. but literally worse than James Dolan. Of course, the queen of the bad music in this stream will always be Aquafina, but I will not play Aquafina for once because I think you've all heard it enough times. The Aquafina Little Mermaid song will always be the GOAT for me. What's the James Dolan song you played for reference? I don't know. Just look up James Dolan on YouTube. There's like 3 or 4 of them. They all sound the same because it's just him kind of like mumbling jazz tune while people in the background try and cover for him. And his lack of musical talent. This face looks too masculine. Because the eyebrow is too close. And the jaw is too square. That's the problem with elves. You kind of want to make them look like slightly masculine, but not like too masculine. You don't want to give them too much body fat, which is what kind of makes a character look more feminine than masculine. They want to be a little like thin. But that can also make them, they're supposed to be like gender neutral feel, but then also you want to make them look slightly feminine as well. F? Is it effing? God damn it. Never mind. Okay, this would be the second F in the stream again. Yoko must give the most life-changing head ever to convince John Lennon she could sing. I don't know. John Lennon was into experimental shit himself, so he wasn't like a music purist who was like, if your song sucks, it sucks, right? He was into like all sorts of... He had done basically everything you could do with like traditional music that sounds good with Beatles already, so he was already going into the whole like, we're gonna do stupid shit mode. She had the Asian pussy magic men in the 70s we're so crazy about. Maybe her pussy was good, but her face is ugly as fuck. She has like insanely pronounced jawbones. I assume she's Japanese American, but Japanese usually don't have that facial structure. She has like a really square, weird ass square face. It's much more Korean or Chinese. It's much more of a mainland Asian face, not a Japanese face. She a British 10. That's one way of putting it. Lots of British 10s out there. Yoko Ono is straight out of Japan. Well, maybe that's why they had to ship her out. I don't know much about the Yoko Ono personal history, because honestly, who gives a fuck about Yoko Ono? Worst Japanese export since Pearl Harbor. Adoptive granddaddy is Zybot's affiliated. Wow, she was like really playing the Nepo route from day one, wasn't she? Music Nepo Baby by fucking John Lennon. family Nepo baby by being Zaibatsu related. I guess they sort of go together, right? You don't start to get the attitude of like, I deserve to be a music star, making like experimental horse shit while I scream and yelp and stuff like that, unless you already had some kind of success in other areas and expect it in the first place. Truly the Grimes of Boomer Generation. Oh, we have a raid. What's going on this panel? They're fucking casting. Shit is going down, that's what's happening. This is our legendary streamer. Chat, don't talk about the things we usually talk about. We don't want to scare off all the visitors in the first 5 seconds of the stream. I see ladies of elvish shape being drawn. I raid. I haven't been drawing much elves recently, right? I figured it was time to draw some elf content. You mean gay sex? We don't talk about gay sex that often, just 4 or 5 times per stream. Have you been keeping up with the One Punch Man webcomic? I have. I actually use Murata as my reference for when I do my paneling, because I think he's really good at paneling. Or at least he has like the most he really adheres to the basics of paneling, is how I should put it. There's like a certain basics of the paneling language that as long as you follow those things, you're not going to have a manga that's hard to read. And then you can sort of make more advanced choices from there. But Murata really kind of adheres to those basic things. So he's a good reference. Also, it's free, so. The way he straight up animates pages at time is insane. So one thing that a lot of like, even sometimes professional mangaka don't do, is that they flip the locations of characters too often. Like, we all know that if we have character A here, and character B over here, right? And then panel 2 becomes this. We all know this is like fucked up, right? Like, it's fucking with the entire flow of how you read the panel. We shouldn't fucking flip the positions of the characters from panel 1 to panel 2. But this stuff, like, if you actually check a lot of manga that you find like slightly difficult to read, or maybe you feel like your eye is like slipping and it doesn't really feel like you're in the zone, right? A lot of times they're doing this, not in this most obvious way, but like when you're paneling, like if character A is on the left side of the page and the the general energy, or the right side of the page, general energy is going from right to left, right? This is the usual pattern, or it should be the usual pattern, because Japanese flows from right to left, right? Then all of the other panels, even on the next fucking page, it should continue. Say, if it's a close-up, instead of this guy being over here, right? It should be like this. Right side of page, right side of page. Even if you're flipping the camera and now you're behind him, he's still on the right side of page. But then you come to the question like, oh, but what should I do if character B needs to say something first, and then I want character A to say something after that? So this is where you have to start getting creative, right? You either make it so that you have like a single panel where it's just B, and make B on the left, like, instead of in the center on the right. And then you go back to A. Or you can get creative in, like, the perspective. Like, make it a super long shot, and then just put the character, the bubbles in there, and then make their dialogue different enough so that people won't really... They can tell just by the... by the way the characters speak. Or you could do shit like have like a top down, stuff like that, and then B can be over here, and then it can be, you can still have A here, and then like this. I guess like having a long shot in general is a good way of doing that. 180 rule in film can throw off an entire scene. Yeah, it's the same for both animation and film and manga. So, because Murata does animation himself, he understands this very well. But if you look at a lot of less accomplished manga panelers, some amateur and some even professional, a lot of them will make this mistake. It's something that, like, the rules for paneling are actually pretty fucking simple. And once you learn them, it's not that hard, because it's kind of a language, and once you learn how to speak the language, and if you just like pay attention to the grammar at all times, you won't fuck up too hard. But a lot of the people don't actually learn the language properly. Have a nice night, Reagan Lodge. Thanks for the raid. Make sure to turn the face away to show the strength of the punch. So Murata is really, really good with this. If we're going to show one example, which I actually have bookmarked because I think it's as when I need to look at One Punch Man. I've shown this before, but this is... This is chapter 179 of One Punch Man with Sonic-chan. So if you look at panel 1, left to right movement, where Saitama, here he's like right backward, but he's on the right. And these panels showing the viewers, they make sure that there isn't any movement, that it's a really still shot, so it doesn't fuck with this movement going back. And see how Tatsumaki is now on the left, and she stays, unless she's completely in the center, like these shots right here, she's still on the left, and Saitama is on the right. And he maintains this right-left positioning relationship until... this shot right here, where he uses 3 panels, an entire 3 panels, to rotate the camera around them. And now, because he gives you space, you can switch in your mind. Now Saitama is on the left and Tatsumaki is on the right. And now that he's switched the positioning, now he goes from Tatsumaki right, Saitama left, and starts pushing Saitama over here. See? Now we're going left with Tatsumaki on the right as she pushes him. And he needs to do this because Sonic is coming from the right now. But if you go to the previous chapter of this, he does his entire chapter of this with Saitama on the right and Tatsumaki on the left. And then he uses that entire page to flip it. There's a reason this panel became a meme. It didn't become a meme because they were caring about the paneling skill. They were caring about it because they were thinking about Saitama's big dick piercing this lowly body of Tatsumaki. That's why. It's just because people are being horny and they're shipping them. I still don't like this jawline. I think it's because I have the center line of the elf kind of fucked up of the face. Height mogged, yes. We all know Saitama's cock is Geno's property. I've never seen a more obvious, like, the Fujoshi need to be shipping these two than the Saitama Genos. It's like back in the 80s and 90s when two guys would be living together and you'd call them your roommate. That's literally what they are. Genos is Saitama's roommate. Bro literally adopted the frilly apron, yes. Feminization fetish, ooh. He's mostly robot. He don't care anymore. That's not what the Fujoshi say. If we go on e-hentai right now, there will be like the vast majority of One Punch Man doujins will either be heterosexual males showing Fubuki getting Saitama's dick or Fujoshi and of course the primary coupling is going to be Saitama Genos. There might be some Saitama Sonic and stuff in there as well, but it's going to be primarily Saitama Genos. That's unavoidable. Sonic was made for breeding. I've said this before, but the main way in which we identify, like, as heterosexual men, what is male or female, is the waist, the hourglass shape of the waist. And because Sonic has a fucking female waist that is only possible if you have a female bone structure, he basically looks like a woman. He's basically the femboy body type that every femboy wishes they could have, but can't actually accomplish. Who are these elves? They look vaguely familiar. They're not any, like, reoccurring characters. I just kind of whipped them up. Japanese, and they're drawing a woman and calling it a man. Classic. Sonic is like the most extreme version of this because he basically has like the entire female body structure. He has wide childbearing hips. His bussy is ready for male preg, as they say. Would you fuck a female cyborg? Sure, I don't know. I assume that we won't be allowed to have nice things in the future, so it's not something I'm allowed to worry about. I like the ongoing meme about Detroit Become Human, in which, like, there's the price of shit inside the game, and one of, like, the female androids is, like, $500. She's, like, the price of a PlayStation. Everyone's like, holy shit, I get grade A cyber pussy for $500. The future isn't that bad. So you're saying wanting to impregnate Sonic is totally straight? I mean, Sonic's body type is basically like, if we're going for the silhouette, it's like this. And he doesn't even have a bulge, you know? This is like the Sonic body type right here. Like, he has slightly squarer shoulders than a female, but Murata basically draws him with fucking female childbearing hips like this. Classic femboy bod. It's even more than the femboy, because, like, he has very prominent wide hips, though. I can't really see it in any of these shots right here. This is a good one right here. This right here. Or this. Or this right here. This is like just pure female body right here. Like, any guy who's like, ooh woo, I might be gay, I'm questioning my sexuality because I find Sonic attractive, haha, I'm so gay, ha 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 ha, LMAO. It's like, dog, you are straight as fuck. That ain't a male body right there. That's female sexo. It's about as female a body as you can have. He makes the shoulders slightly wider. Actually, if the hip bones are here, the shoulder bones are right here. So yeah, the shoulders are like only like 5% wider than the hips. So I thought we were talking about Sonic the Hedgehog and slowly started getting convinced. LMAO. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of heterosexual men who want to have heterosexual sex with Sonic the Hedgehog as well, but they're in a different category of autism spectrum disorder, so this shot looks a lot like Alita. Yeah. He even has the eye things. You're right. Pelvis is literally a V, LMAO. Yeah, this is the bussy is ready. The guy's being like, I might be gay, I want to have sex with Sonic. LMAO is like the equivalent of the meme of the guy being like, looking at the eldritch monstrosity, except it's a woman with big fat tits, and being like, hold on, guys, hear me out. I know this is crazy, but I might be attracted to female. Vanilla female looking creature. And of course, the other side of that is meanwhile women looking at just like a blob of flesh, being like, "Ooh, he's so kawaii." Putty Putty is displeased, not enough meat. One Punch Man is the ultimate example of the fact that political correctness is meaningless. This is a manga in which literally one of the heroes is a prison rapist. Imagine trying to get that through your department if you're trying to launch an American IP, and they're like, one of the heroes is a prison rapist. We'll be selling this to teenagers. It will be an all-age comic. Did you like that panel of Tank Top Master getting a massive sniff in one of the recent chapters? It's basically just asking for the next Superman meme where he's inhaling the giant brap cloud and being like, my favorite. The brappers can't stop winning, it seems. I wonder how they will do rape scene in Invincible show Keck W. That's a good question. They might just cut it. That's another example of like, oh no, as a man, men being raped is real. It's a serious problem. I too have the problem of being attacked by an extremely attractive, physically fit woman who forces me to come deep inside her, inseminating her womb, and then she flies off and then raises my child without ever complaining to me and forcing me to pay child support. It's so violating, it's so awful. I cannot take the horror of a woman who directly tells me exactly what she wants, and exactly what she wants is sex. Sex with me, and I keep on telling her no, but she forces me to come inside, and then she leaves me to go and raise my child on her own. Oh God, make it stop, please. To start it off, the greatest fantasy of a man is finding a woman that will just tell him what she's actually thinking and what she actually wants from him, instead of being like doing some passive aggressive bullshit. So in that aspect, Invincible is already like a male fantasy. And then the fact that the thing that she wants from him is sex is of course a male fantasy. And then the greatest male fantasy of all is of course to just have the woman leave you alone and just raise your kid on your own so you don't have to get bothered by it. Why is people saying earthquake? Oh, Santa Monica area? Okay, I thought I might have been having an earthquake in Japan and you're reporting it on me, and I was just being too dense to notice it. I couldn't tell if it was me just not noticing the earthquake in Japan or if you guys were getting an earthquake yourselves. LMAO, you guys freaking out over 3.3? That's weak as fuck, dog. Don't want to earthquake explain, but in Japan we don't really count any earthquake less than like a 6 or a 7. If you get hit by an earthquake, we're clipping it. I've been hit by earthquakes while streaming before. It's already happened in the brief time in which I was in Japan. I was like, oh, it's wobbling. Earthquake. And people were like, oh my god. I was like, yeah, it's not a big deal. It's just an earthquake. This apartment building was built in like the 70s and it survived the giant ass earthquake, the Kansai earthquake, Hanshin earthquake of like 1990 or so. So it should be fine. Japanese anti-earthquakes infrastructure is no joke. It has to be good. Or else everything is going to be fucking coming down. I do, if I want to move out to the Chiba area, the place I'm thinking about moving to is kind of a coastal fishing area. I mean, there's lots of coastal fishing areas because it's Japan, but this one is relatively close to the ocean, so if I do that, I have to think about whether I'm in a tsunami risk area or not. I don't want to have to be constantly worrying and like checking news reports about like whether I have to run for higher ground because I'm in a tsunami area. That seems like a pain in the ass. If I can't find a good place to move to, I might stay in this apartment for longer, but I'm worried that if I get too used to being in this current apartment, I'm just going to be stuck there and not do the adult thing of like having my own place. Because it really still is very much my aunt's place with all her shit. And I am just like paying my cousin. So I'm not really doing the adult thing of like, properly paying rent to your landlord. I can't believe my streamer got swept away by Baka Tsunami. How dare you die in tsunami, Baka Baka? You don't enjoy the derpy owls and crucifixes? It's just like, I want to have like an empty apartment, you know? To start from emptiness and just kind of like, not necessarily fill it up with my own stuff, probably just like try and keep it empty as much as possible. Do a little bit of minimalism here, you know? This isn't really what I want. I want it to kind of be... like this, maybe. Have the lines cross over each other. You can tell who is California based on the response to earthquakes. What percentage of California infrastructure is properly, I don't know, I wouldn't call it earthquake proof, but you know, built around the concept of it has to like shake so the building doesn't fucking collapse. Like, Japan has very strict regulations because it has so much earthquake. So if you're living in a relatively modern house, it should be fine. Most of the time. But I don't know if California is properly built around those kinds of regulations. I know China, where they're constantly like faking their regulation compliance when they do have earthquakes and stuff in some of the earthquake prone areas. Like, they have huge amounts of tofu dreg collapse. I was in earthquake was years ago. It was 5.5 hours in the bathtub. My parents started freaking out and saying to get out of the house, and I screamed back, I ain't moving for shit. Some people panic the fuck out of earthquakes, but you won't find many of those people in Japan. You can't really live your life in Japan if you're freaking out over every earthquake that happens. Most of our apartment buildings are set up to withstand earthquakes. Not living without my Pokemon cards. My Pokemon cards are my life savings. I will have nothing left if I don't have my shiny Charizard. Honestly, in terms of natural disasters, I don't think earthquakes are that bad. I think what would truly I would find like super annoying if I was like one of those Florida people who build their houses in a floodplain, and like you get hurricane season every fucking year and you have to get told whether you're supposed to like leave the state and go to inland or whatever every fucking year. Why the hell does anyone want to move to Florida? God knows. Brunson is heading to the locker room. Game is Jover. Wait, is the game over or is the Knicks over? NBA scores. 116 to 94. 2 minutes left. Oh fuck, the Spurs are up the Blazers from 30 fucking points. Jesus. Oh, the 76ers won. Interesting. Man wasn't meant to live near the sea. The sea wants you dead. The sea is like a whole different can of worms in terms of like living conditions. Sailors are like a different breed of people if you think about it. Like they live by completely different. Like think about like the life of sailors where you're just like on a ship for like 6 months at a time. And if you get into a fight with your captain, he can just like shoot you and throw you overboard, and you'll just be like, "Oh, they died in an accident at sea. That's it." Like there was some sort of New York Times study that said that like thousands of people just like get like just like they just fucking die at sea and nobody ever investigates their death. So like fucking anything can happen out there. It's like it's funny because it hasn't changed at all since like, you know, back in the medieval times when you'd get on a sail ship and go around the world to get the fucking spices. You're still like out there in the middle of nowhere, and like any amount of shit can happen. And if stuff goes badly, you're fucked. Sea folks are a tough bunch, yes. That's why we have to have sex with manatees and tell ourselves that we're having sex with mermaids. It's better than the alternative, which is not sticking our penis into anything. The only people I know who live in Florida either want to leave or are obsessed with Disney or do way too much blow. They might also be like Republican politician with national desires, you know, like Ron DeSantis type. Manatee finger bang.
Do that thing where you grab the tip of your penis really hard.
Okay, King.
No, be gone, court jester. Not even your tomfoolery could turn this frown upside down.
Republican politician equals does too much blow, yes.
You have every earthly desire at your fingertips. You have the finest drink and entertainment in the land, and yet you are morose.
I am morose! I long for the touch of a maiden.
We have maidens by the score that would tend to your every desire.
Oh, no, I long for the touch of a maiden of the sea. For ages I've sent my finest fleets to the end of the 7 oceans, and yet every spring they return to me empty-handed.
Your Highness, perhaps the tales of these merwomen have been exaggerated, and the sailors who have seen them have been deceived by their own eye.
Nonsense!
Who is this man?
That man is Captain Maximilian Crunch of the Ottoman Empire.
Our cursed enemies!
Yes, but also the greatest sailor known to man or wolf.
I come with a gift, a peace offering between our 2 nations. I have seen this mermaid.
Captain Crunch, you've seen one of the mythical merwomen?
Not only have I seen this mermaid, but I've brought one here today.
You toy with me!
I do not. My land offers her to you. I present Ariel of the Sea.
This is nightmare fuel.
Oh my God.
She is gorgeous! Her eyes shimmer like the seas. Her hair flows like the oceans. And her breasts swell like the ocean.
Your Highness, I think that's a manatee.
Silence! Do not offend the most beautiful creature I have ever seen. That will one day be my queen.
No, I'm being serious. I think that's an actual...
Manatees are just fucking inspiring, man. The fact that they haven't gone, they're way up there with pandas in terms of like things that are trying to go extinct. There's like other types of manatees out there. There's a type of manatee in Asia. I forgot what area. It was like northern Asia near Russia, and it went extinct because people just like hunted it to death. But what they would do is they'd like injure one manatee, and then like the other manatees would like approach that manatee to try and help it, and then they would injure the next manatee like the sniper style, like you hurt one of them, and then like you and so on and so on. And they were too fucking retarded, unfortunately, and they couldn't survive humans being like mean predatory animals, and they got hunted to extinction. They're just like dumbass sea cows with like no way to protect themselves. If manatees didn't exist in such cold environments, they would have been hunted to death for the horns. I think you might be thinking of narwhals. Manatees do not have horns. Manatees are in Florida, where they are also not necessarily being hunted to death, but every Floridian who is coked up on a speedboat is running over manatees. So manatees are cute, pudgy sea creatures. They just go blub, 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 blub at the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, they get run over by boats and stuff. But yeah, there were like some ocean manatees in Asia, and they got hunted to death very quickly once people discovered them. Point stands for narwhals, then. It's much harder to hunt things in the ocean than it is to hunt things on land, so it's not as easy to go after them as elephants, but yes. Average Chinese medicine would be like, narwhal horn looks like penis. It must make my penis stronger if it looks like a penis, and then they'd have to like murder all of them. Manatees should adapt the wombat butt fight method. Manatees, I don't think they have any kind of defenses. At least wombats hide in holes and stuff. Hide in holes and plug the holes with their hard assholes. But manatees, they're just very slow-moving sea cows that don't understand the concept of evil. It's very sad, actually. Manatees are so cute that people naturally want to protect them, yes. But it's not enough. It's not enough to stop the people who want to drive motorboats. So alright, guys. I am going to end the stream here. Have a nice night, guys. Good night. Good night, y'all. I will grind out this picture and post it tomorrow morning, probably. See you around. Everybody who came with the raid, like and subscribe. Good night.